Hello, guys. Excellent use of class time. Watching my own hand is distracting. It's distracting. It's fine. No, it's weird. I think there's a trend of like people who like cosplay aren't really into Halloween, but they love dressing up, but just not for Halloween. I feel like that's how I feel. I'm like, well, I could put on my entire cosplay, but I feel like that's not the spirit of Halloween. I don't think I've watched a Danny Mota video before. Although I used to watch a lot of reactors. Show us your cat. I think he's under the bed right now, but I can show you some images I took of him yesterday. Okay, here's some pictures I took yesterday. He's so funny. Look at his face. Oh my god. Really good. Thank you guys. Thank you, Mina. Yesterday, I also edited him to have pointy ears because he doesn't have normal cat ears. So I was like, what would he look like as a normal cat? And I still think it's super cute. I don't know, I think he just has a strange... His face is like very expressive, so no matter what his ears look like. He's cute. He looks like a frog. He does look stupid. He has like boba eyes. Does he still have a man spirit? I think I'm less freaked out by him now, and I can see that he is just a cat. But he is still more aware than a normal cat. Like, why does he just stare at you like this? What is he thinking? What does he want? Ugh, I'm trying to find reference for a men's jumper, and I feel like this is like the most millennial fashion ever. Why can't it just be... Why can't you be Gen Z? Men's jumper outfit. Cool. Nope. Men's jumper outfit. Asian. Okay. We're getting somewhere. You just have to add Asian onto any fashion that you search. Even though Soul Eater is very, like, European. Guys, I think I'm burnt out of Hades. I think I played it too much and now I can't. I need to take a break. Have a good day, Jay. Yippee. I wish I could draw at a bigger scale because it would be better looking on stream, but maybe I can't. Maybe we can try. I feel like I won't be good at it. It feels very unnatural. It freaks me out when people draw like past 100% and it's like all pixelated. I would never. Have you ever had wrist issues from drawing too much? I haven't had wrist issues. My issues are mostly in my neck and back. I don't know, like, what position are you drawing in? My screen is 24 inches. Guys, I'm pretty sure you may know this, but I think that Death the Kid's hair is supposed to be like skull shaped. Actually, that might be. That's a stretch. I lied. Never mind. It's technically any hair is skull shaped because it's on your skull, right? Yeah, I have like a very specific neck pain. It's like the cramp that goes like behind, like beneath your shoulder blade. I remember I first started getting it in the winter of like 2022 or 3, and I was like, oh, it's just a winter seasonal thing. And then it just never went away, and now I just have neck and back pain. There's like a famous chiropractor in my city. I keep seeing his TikToks or like his shorts, and I'm like, I feel like I don't really. I mean, it looks really satisfying, but what if he like breaks my neck? I saw an artist friend of mine get like weekly acupuncture. I was like, I don't know if I will ever willingly do acupuncture. Like, you're stabbing my nerves with needles? I don't know about that, fam. breaking in your body. I must admit, I've never pictured that, but that is a fear to have. I think Matcha might be a little bit delayed on the on the live stream. Oops, message deleted. LOL. I do that. I feel like I don't like the way that I draw sleeve openings. But I haven't tried to fix it, so that's like kind of my problem. Wait, I'll post on Instagram that I'm doing a live. even though people conversion rates never happen. Okay. Okay, time to, let's take a picture. I guess if you want to see my crazy stream setup. Never mind, I can't really capture it. But I mean, basically the camera is like right next to my face, and I have nowhere to put the microphone. So every day I wonder, should I make shorts? But I feel like my stubbornness against making shorts is starting to become stupid. But I also don't believe that you need to make shorts to succeed as an artist. And I also think that they are terrible for people's brains, but it is where people are nowadays. But do I need people that badly, is my question. Okay. But I also feel like I could make some good ones. Okay, see, I've been drawing really zoomed in, and now the stuff I drew zoomed in, the lines are a lot lighter than how I would draw them zoomed out. Not that it really matters for what I'm doing right now, but and I also think that the people who find you through like short form content don't really care that much about you. They only want to see your short form. And also it doesn't make money. But it's a great way to just get more eyes if you want eyes. Yeah, people the audience who will watch your long form stuff is not really the same as the audience who will watch your short form stuff. But you also can't ignore the fact that, like, people are there. Like, it's not a moral failing of the average person to watch short form because it was designed that way. Yeah, I do think I was thinking about every time I make a long form video, I could just make a short version edit of it and then be like a full video on YouTube. Okay, I might try that out then. I just need to, like, convince myself that it's not, like, I'm not committing an evil deed by making shorts. Or, like, going against my own principles. This tablet is the Huon Canvas 24-inch Plus, but this pen is not the one that it came with. This is like a different pen that you can buy. You missed the pre-TikTok and Shorts era, but it is really easy to get hooked watching them. Yes, it is. I think I was like bitter for a really long time, and now I think I've been like just brainwashed into acceptance. I'm like, okay, this is just the way the world is gonna be now, so I can either bitch about it or just adapt. Okay, I think I completed the foreground. Now I'm gonna do a different layer for the background. Maybe I'll fill in the... do a color block for this. Let's see if I can get it in one go. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, my tablet. My pen went off the screen. This is why I love Clip Studio. I love Clip Studio. Specifically for coloring. But this is something we're never doing on Photoshop. They also were the sponsor that paid me the most money out of all my sponsors. Even though they're a Japanese company and not American. So that was like more money for them, if you... At least with YouTube, they have like the option to close shorts or to be like, I don't want to see shorts. On the other websites, that's not even an option. And with YouTube, you can download a lot of different extensions to be like, I don't want to see this shit. And I was like looking at ways to block Instagram Reels, and it's like, well, I have to become a CS professional to understand how to implement this. If it's gotten to that point, it's probably an addiction. Yes, that was the tool that looks like the little ice cream. And I don't know how to help people search it because it's in Japanese. But I think I posted about it on Twitter a long time ago. Oh. Okay. now I'll do the background. Did I ever do a tour box? Try a tour box. I haven't, but I've tried other mini keyboard type things and it's just not for me because I've been so keyboard pilled my entire drawing career. I just can't untie my brain to the keys that they've been for the last 10 years. It's also why I don't really like drawing on Procreate. Because it's like, what the fuck do you mean I have to touch the screen every time I want to do something? So I think the only way I can enjoy Procreate is if I attach a keyboard to the iPad, but that seems like it defeats the purpose of drawing on the iPad. I think it might be worth it for some people. But not for me. I'm an old dog who cannot learn new tricks. I tried the new Procreate brushes yesterday and I like them. A lot of them seem like the same brush though. Yeah, I think that the good and bad thing about Procreate is that it's so accessible to like everyone. Like you don't have to be invest in a digital tablet to draw. You can just get an iPad, which you can use for other things. And it also means that a lot of people's art end up looking the same because they just use the same default brushes. And Procreate has added a lot of default brushes now that are cool, but I bet in about a year we're gonna see a lot of art that starts looking the same because they're using the same textures, same techniques. And I think your average Joe is not gonna go try to find unique brushes to download. But I mean, it's kind of like whatever, because it's like, why am I bitching about it? Just let them draw. But I guess it's just a prediction for the future of art and how Procreate is contributing. What the heck does it look like when a girl has a purse? Girl with small purse. Okay, I know that there's better ways to find this. Okay, let me Moosin USA. Moosinsa. I bet I could find a good reference on this Korean website for fashion. Bags. I don't really know what it's called. Like just a shoulder bag. Wait, where's the... Okay, shoulder bag. She needs a cunty little bag. The smaller the better. It's so dumb. I love fashion. I can never wear bags like this though, because they just fall right off my shoulder. You have to squeeze the bottom frame for the picture to show up. That's crazy. I would just get a new tablet at that point. You know, I have been wanting to do some sort of tablet giveaway, but I do not know how to do it in a way where it's like that I know that the tablet is going to someone who actually will use and need it. Because holding an art contest seems like the normal way to do it. But if I do an art contest, then like the person who wins the contest will probably draw really well, and then they don't. I mean, if you're drawing well already, you don't really need a new tablet. You know what I mean? I did send a tablet to one of my mentees because she offhand mentioned that she was drawing on her phone. I was like, honey, I have like 4 tablets just sitting at home. I'm just gonna send you one. So I hope she's using it. So if that was a case where it's like, I know that you have invested in art, you're taking my mentorship, and you're trying so hard that you're like drawing on your phone. So you deserve this tablet. But I don't know how to screen other people. Make this submission, show me a picture of how bad your current tablet is. That would be funny. Nice dream. Thank you. Creating good vibes. Good laptops. I'll be honest, I've only been using MacBook laptops since college. I don't really know how good the other types of laptops are. What the heck? I'm not on the right layer. This is not a new layer, this is the old layer. God damn it. Whatever. Phone user art contest. Maybe, but what if they just love using their phone, and if I give them a tablet, they won't actually use it? Like, in order to use a tablet, you need a functioning laptop or a PC. Why can't I draw her from the back? I don't know what girls look like from the back. Rizless. I need a reference photo. How do I find a reference photo without being sus? Girls from the back. Low-rise jeans. Curious about your Clip Studio brush settings. Well, I'm using one called Oil Small Tip. I think that's a custom one that I stole from my friend. But usually the only thing that I change is that I make the... Like, I also use the hard round brush quite a lot. And the only thing I change on my brushes is that I make the pen pressure a little higher like this, so that I don't have to press hard to get a line. I don't like brushes where you have to press really hard. That's the only thing I change about most brushes. Hello, random bunny. Right now I have a MacBook Air, and it's pretty good. Like, I haven't had any issues with it. To the point, I had a MacBook Pro before, and I honestly don't know the difference between... Like, I haven't felt any sort of difference between the Air and the Pro. Liz has skulls on her ass. She sure does. My current machine is, I don't even remember what it's called, a Mac Studio. So like the Apple version of a PC. Honestly, I guess it's pretty good, but I feel like it could be better. Sometimes it still lags out on stuff. But it could just be because I'm doing a lot of stuff on it. A lot of games aren't supported on Mac. This is true. But it could also be a good thing. If you don't want to get addicted to games. It's got the important one, if you'll Hades. There was an area where I wanted to game so bad on my Mac that I did the thing where you split your Mac into two like a partition, and you have a Windows partition, and then you could like have a Windows machine or like on your Mac, and it was so weird, but it worked. Can't get this arm right. I'm gonna. I won't kill myself. I won't. Somebody. Oh my gosh. I was gonna say somebody should invite me to play Among Us. Because I've never played Among Us before. But I feel like it's only fun when everyone is on the same page. And it just takes too long for noobs to learn everything. It sounds like I could use a hand. It's true. I think I got it though. I mean, the good thing about being an artist is that nothing you're addicted to and like nothing that you do in your life is wasted because it all goes back to your art. Should Patty have the same bag? That'd be cute. What do their gun forms look like? They should be gun themed. Liz and Patty. Oh. when you play Hades for 12 hours straight, you're actually doing work. It's true. All you need to do is do at least one fan art, and then it'll negate all the time that you spent on it. This is how I justify getting into Genshin and Star Rail, because it actually pays you back if you sell fan art. But even by doing fan art once, you start learning about like the character design decisions, the colors, the everything. It's always worth it. Hades 2 is out. I finished my Hades run. Like, I got to the credits. Like, the day it released, basically. There's still a lot more to discover, but right now I'm a little bit burnt out on it. I think I have close to 100 runs. I'm in GL. I feel like Hoyoverse has done, I don't know if I want to call it damage, but it has had a lot of influence on like anime art specifically. At least in my specific sphere. Where everyone's art who did Genshin fan art anyway started to look the same because the characters look the same. I mean, Hades is basically, yeah, a roguelike game about, like, Greek mythology. But artists like it because it looks really good. There's a lot of care put into the artistic direction. I'm gonna have issues with Patty's face. Is this sketch I drew? You were never a Percy Jackson kid, so you didn't get into Greek mythology until Song of Achilles. Both valid choices. Percy Jackson does have some yaoi in it, if that's what you're looking for. But I think you have to spend a long time with the series to get there. I never got there personally, but I know it exists. I do enjoy Song of Achilles and the fandom because, like, the fanfiction, people just be writing the Iliad. People just be rewriting the entire story. And I'm like, wow, I get to experience this entire thing again. But slightly different. It's great. I haven't thought about their legs, and I don't want to, but I have to. There are Ramsey emotes for members. I think I can add more now that there's more members. I was going to go to the bakery today before I started stream, and I was gonna buy, like, kimbap from the grocery store. But then I was like, I went grocery shopping yesterday. I can just cook something. So then I didn't. It was the smart thing to do. Yesterday was kind of crazy day. I woke up at 2:30 a.m. and I was like, okay, I can't really sleep, but I tried for like 1 or 2 more hours, and then it was 4 a.m. and I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna be awake now. And so I was just awake at 4 a.m. working on this, and then I went to the gym, which I had been putting off for several weeks. But since it was like 5 a.m., it was like fine. And then I grocery shopped. I was like, I've been more productive. I've done all this before 9 a.m. I can't believe it. Waking up, the strat really is to wake up at 4 a.m., huh? Guess I have to do this every day now. And then I slept from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Yes, I also only like crunchy green grapes. I've bought like the normal green grapes and I never finish them and I feel really bad. But then I like buy the crunchy ones and I'm like, this is a good grape. But I haven't had purple grapes in a long time. Okay. Gonna start actually drawing the background now. Liz and Patty can be on the same layer as this. That's fine. Which tablet am I using? Whoa, it's out of focus. Focus. Okay. I'm using Huon Canvas 24-inch Plus. Is this the leader? Yes. Why is my username QOrbits? It's just a play on the word orbits. It's just something I chose when I was like 15. There's not really much to it. Do I have a favorite apple? Probably like the mushy yellow ones. I don't really like apples. I'll never willingly buy an apple, in my opinion. I just don't like them. I don't like apples. Well, they'd be fine, but they're not my fruit of choice. You get... I feel like I should make the decor of this cafe like Soul Eater themed, or at least spooky themed. Let's look at Pinterest. Okay, Pinterest time. Spooky cafe. You can't call something spooky just by putting a pumpkin on the table. But maybe that is exactly how it works. Okay, I gotta put a pumpkin somewhere, I think. I don't think there's anywhere to put a pumpkin. Things are heating up in the fruit fandom. Me when gay discourse appears. It's a good one. That's a good joke. Haha. Oh my god. I lost it. I lost the tab. Okay. I mean, it looks like AI, but... Oh, Gothic. Maybe... This is definitely AI. Gothic Cafe. Ooh. Well, okay, those are details I'll figure out later when I'm painting. I'll probably add like a bunch of little skulls here. But in my current state, this is none of my business. Gotta turn on the perspective lines. Let's do it. Calculus. I never took calculus in high school or otherwise. It strikes fear in my heart. Dude, I recently took it, like, a really bad online neurodivergence test. Because whenever people meet me, they're like, Luxon, are you, like, autistic? And I'm like, I don't really know. Maybe. Let me take this really shitty online test to diagnose me. It did not diagnose me with autism. It gave me the type of neurodiversion that's like, you're bad at math. So I guess that's a type of neurodivergence you can have. But I don't know if that's true because, like, I'm not that bad at math. I'm just an artist. Hello, Acution. When I was studying your course, I stopped doing arts due to AI. Did it affect your financial growth anyway in 2025? I would not say so. My income this year is less than it was last year because of my own doing, because I was in school. And so I didn't have time to make money, but I would not say so. I think the only way you would be directly impacted by AI as an artist is if you were working in a company and you actively got laid off because they were replacing you with an AI job. But that is not most people, especially freelancers. Yes, it was grad school from a master's degree. Are you drawing straight lines by hand? Yes. Nothing against any sort of line assistance. I'm just too dumb to use it. And also, I can draw straight lines, so I will. You feel? I mean, they're not super straight, but art is about the imperfections, you feel? Okay. My butt hurts. I'm gonna stand up for a bit. Astrobits, yes. That is what it was. I don't want to pronounce that. Malware analyst sounds pretty cool. Well, you don't have to do art, like, you can just do art casually. Like any other hobby. This line is kind of... Dropping out of high school to pursue art. Good luck. At least you'll have an interesting origin story. Chrono looks like... Well, Chrono is probably the OG, but like Bungo Stray Dogs coded. I could never get into Bungo Stray Dogs, even though I feel like it was marketed towards people like me, or like it was supposed to be my thing. But you know when something is like too targeted, makes you not want to watch it. I think I watched at least one season. But then I was like, get these twinks out of my face. I don't want to see them. You don't watch BSD for the same reason. Crazy. What is it about this show? I don't want to draw their eyes. Ooh, watch Madoka Magica. Okay, somehow we've gathered all the people who are like not really into Bungo Stray Dogs here. Interesting. What should Krona be doing? Doing the classic Chrono pose, maybe. You tried writing a BSD fic, but you didn't care about the story. It was just YN's ability. I don't read it as yes, no, but I also don't read it as my name. Somebody just like needs to make a fanfic website with like code embedded in it, where like if you write YN, it just like inputs like the name that you want to be called in the fic. And maybe there's like an option on the page where you can put the name that you want to be called. That I just hear stonks going up right now. Somebody make that. I feel like it can't be that hard. You have an extension. Okay. But I only read on mobile. Does it work on mobile? Not that I would ever read self-insert. You always thought it stood for you or nobody. That's so funny. Interesting. Okay, I need to find an interesting looking cake stand. Cake. What is it? Stand. Gothic. When I read a fanfic, I don't want to be in it. You know what I mean? Why am I here? I'm here to read about characters. I will only read it for meme purposes. Because, like, that's crazy. You're gonna write an entire, like, a fic where it's a universal self-insert? How? Just make him a character, you know? Just make it an OC. That's what all the isekai anime do. Technically, all the main characters of isekai are, like, your names, but for men. But they just make him a character. Astral Express crew. New 5-star ults. Do they have them? Oh, you coward, you deleted your message. I haven't seen them. Okay, Excalibur. I haven't seen Evernight. I mean, she's released, so I've definitely seen her. I thought you meant every Astral Express crew member got new ults. I was like, that's weird, but go off. I accept anything. You knew someone who would read a lot of YN with Pedro Pascal characters. You know what? Respect. Everyone deserves to goon. Excalibur. Oops. Okay. I can't draw an arch. This is gonna be awful. Okay, not bad. Oh, 2 hours late. Did you miss the Ramsey pick? Yep. Just scroll back. Near the beginning. Have you ever watched Supernatural? Yes, I watched it when it was on TV. Can you believe that? I don't know how people watch it nowadays, but I watched it like live on TV. I watched I don't think anything I say will be a spoiler because if you haven't watched Supernatural at this point, you just won't. But I think I watched when Cass got dragged to hell or something. I don't really remember. But yes, I watched. I mean, I guess you could say I was a Super Wholock. Supernatural, Doctor Who, Sherlock. I did watch all of those. don't think there's Yowie in Doctor Who, is there? Crazy how I watched so much of it. Oh, maybe there is. There's 95,000. 95,000 fanfictions. Very interesting how Harry Potter was never part of Super Wholock. But I guess Harry Potter was not a TV show. Super Harry Wholock. I am a very young person and I admit that, so I haven't watched popular old shows. It's okay, you don't really need to. We only watched it back then because it was all we had. There's lots of good TV shows that I like. Harry X Dean. What? Like Harry Potter? Or Harry X fanfics on AO3 are pretty good. What? But he's a child. Wait. Like the older version. Harry Potter X Dean Winchester. Okay, there's only 133 in this ship. And there's only half of that for Harry/Sam. You made it seem like it was really popular and I was scared. I'm just gonna use a 3D model. I'm just gonna trace a 3D model. I don't want to draw this city from scratch. Actually, I'm gonna use this, I'm just gonna trace over this, don't cancel me. But I don't feel like drawing this city. I guess I can't really trace it because it's not the angle that I want. Okay, I'll just photo bash it. The only thing that needs to happen is that these skulls need to be over here. Okay, so I can't trace it directly because the angle's wrong. So it makes it a little bit more morally correct. Yeah. Harry Potter is pretty big. A lot of Chinese artists really like Harry Potter for some reason. Okay. I feel like if it's too complicated to draw, nobody's ever gonna make a cake of it, so maybe I just suck it up and design my own cake. Okay. Like, I didn't even want to trace that. That's how complicated it was. Just like a real boss. Crazy. J.K. Rowling is crazy. Like, I wonder if most people in the fandom just like pretend she doesn't exist or what. Who's your favorite Avatar character? Mine is probably Zuko. Which seems to be most people's favorite characters. Based on... I went to the concert a few weeks ago, and people definitely cheered the most for Zuko. Have you seen the Knights of Guinevere pilot? I did. It was cool. I hope they make more male characters who is not that old man so people stop simping that old man. Crazy. But it was really cool. I enjoyed it. Especially since I've been like on my circus kick. I was like, wow, this is really fun to see. I don't know how to draw this cake. I have never properly drawn like a cityscape before. Maybe that's the next thing I do. Good job, Anix. What nation would you be in Atla? Probably Earth, seeing as how I'm Chinese. And also, I'm Capricorn, so that's Earth. I might. Let me see what my Chinese zodiac is. Yup. Even my Chinese zodiac is Earth. So, Earth Tiger. I think it's pretty cut and dry for me. I think I need to look at a tiered cake. Your video's so fun. They've been inspiring me a lot lately. Yay. All I really want is for people to draw what they want. Cake. City. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing the vision. Let me try. That's something different. Okay. It's not working. After I draw this cake, I'm gonna eat lunch. We'll take a lunch break. Because my butt is hurting again. You've watched the analysis paralysis of it like 23 times. How many ads are you watching? Oh, by the way, are you guys getting ads on my streams? Because right now I have not checked the monetization. But if you're getting ads anyway, I'm gonna turn it on so that I'm making money. From the ads that you're gonna be seeing anyway. But if you're not seeing ads, I just will keep it off. No ads? Okay. We'll keep it off then. Do I prefer digital or traditional drawing for fun? Probably digital. I haven't drawn traditionally in a long time. Literally an AP art, listening to the stream. What do you guys do in AP art? I never had AP art. They added the program after I graduated. How do you choose softer color palettes? Pastel color palettes. Well, if I'm not sure, then I'll just steal it from someone else. Or like, I'll look at an image that has a color palette that I like, and I'm like, why? Why are these colors looking good? But I guess it's hard to say more without knowing why you're struggling with it. But usually I just pick a bunch of random ass colors and then I use adjustment layers to make it look good. Like for example, if I have like this thing is red and that thing is green and then that thing is dark blue. I have these random colors, but I want them to be pastel. I'll just add like a new correction layer, like a curves layer, which is available on basically anything. And then I'll just like mess with it. I mean, usually you just bring the dark areas up so it's lighter. You just increase the decrease the contrast. And then I mess with the red, green, blue layers, curves. In my opinion, that green is really standing out, so usually pastel color palettes, they're not super saturated, they're not super dark, they're not super light, like they can be. But I think the main thing is like no like full saturation. It's just a very soft, like you said, there's like no contrast. So that means no saturation, just a very mid saturation. Yeah, just make the darks lighter and the lights darker. This cake is gonna kill me. AP art, you have a thematic question, and then you make 15 art pieces? That's too many. Is that like the only project you have all year? I guess that's similar to what I did in college. So I guess it is preparing you for art school. Bye bye, random bunny. You're supposed to start in summer and submit in May. Damn. This cake is gonna be mid until I get to painting it. I can feel it. Okay, I think nobody cares about accuracy, so I'm gonna do this. I watched Gachi Octa, episode 1, and then I was like, I'll probably just stick to the manga. Have you read Percy Jackson? Who's your godly parent? I did read it when I was young, and I don't know who that would be, but I guess I can take an online quiz. Let's see. Percy Jackson. Godly parent quiz. Okay, it's 30 questions, but I introspect, so I should be able to do this fast. Pick an element. I actually like air. I know that I said everything on my birth chart is earth, but I like air. Pick a time of day. I like dawn. Which body of nature is your happy place? It's a hard question for someone who doesn't go outside. Probably the forest. You know, meadows have too much sun, and I don't like that. Mountains can be cold. Rivers, I mean, that's just water. Forest has a lot of stuff. Pick an accessory of the sky. The moon, the sun, the stars. The stars. If you joined a band, which instrument would you play? Probably bass. Pick a metal. Silver. Save one. The cure to a deadly disease. An endangered animal going extinct. A future invention that will revolutionize the world. The discovery that answers the majority of our questions about the universe and creation. I don't think humanity is ready for that. I don't think we're responsible enough for this. So I think I would rather just, like, cure a deadly disease. Which one are you, introvert? Which one describes you the best? Big picture. Which do you lead with? You know, when I was younger, I would say head. I think it's usually head. Pick a superpower. I want to fly. Pick one to study. Wizards, zombies, merpeople, ghosts, vampires, werewolves, fairies. I feel like out of all of these, ghosts is most like, what the fuck? Like you're dead. Pick an activity. Performing arts, visual arts. What's your favorite core subject? I think it was science. Pick a pet. Cat. What's your best quality? Well, pretty smart, honestly. Which mythological creature do you connect with the most? Phoenix. I do love themes of rebirth. Color. Blue. Favorite planet? Saturn. Which sounds most fun? Ice skate, skateboard, surfboard, snowboard, roller skate. I shit at ice skate, bad at skateboarding, probably would be bad at surfboarding. I'm okay at skateboarding, I mean rollerblading. White or black? White. That was a crazy, you know, usually I would pick black. Whatever. Pick a continent you like to explore. Europe. Pick a genre. I don't really understand what literary fiction is. Sci-fi. Weapon of choice. Bow and arrow. Favorite oh, I love windy weather. Favorite camp activity. Archery sounds fun. Favorite season. Autumn. Pick a dessert. Cake, cookies, ice cream, brownies. Ice cream. Pick a time. Place and time. Future. The gods decide to grant you one wish. What should you choose? Or what shall you choose? Infinite wealth, infinite knowledge. Girl, I do not want infinite knowledge. Don't need that. Don't want it. Immortality. Eternal fame. You know what? How about eternal love? That's the one you can't really control. Like, Athena. Wow, what a surprise. Nobody could have predicted that. Crazy result. I guess second place is Hecate. Hermes. 0% Aries. I only know these characters from Hades, so I accept. Hey, what's wrong with Apollo? Okay, I'm getting better at this cake thing. Yeah, Athena is cool. I don't know what she was like in the Percy Jackson series, though. Okay. Let's see. Artemis best girl. Artemis is the best girl in Hades. I'm starting to get really hungry. It's almost lunchtime. I pre-prepared lunch today. So I won't have to cook. Okay, I'm done with this cake. I'm gonna eat lunch. I'm gonna take a 15-20 minute break. I'm gonna put you on a different screen. Hestia's also best girl. I am extremely Hestia pilled in Hades, at least. Okay. That's the wrong screen. Okay. Lunch. Lunch break, 20 minutes. Okay, take a break, everyone. Okay, we're back. Now with lunch, tasty. POV setup is nice. Okay, do you guys like this better than how it normally is? Booth is good. Oh, hi Julianne. I was also watching some of your streams. I was like, oh, maybe I can try a camera too. Illegal. No watching my streams. I will never let you know. Don't worry. You never know whether to pronounce the username as QRbits or like Orbits. Just stick to QRbits. It's even worse. Yes, I hope we can hang out at a con soon. I don't have any confirmed cons in the future, but I hope so. Oh, but I do visit the Bay Area quite a lot, so maybe when I go there I can hit you up. Bye. Everyone go watch Julianne's videos. Sometimes I'm like, why am I drawing why am I drawing this cross to a detail? You know how small this is in the grand scheme of things? Nobody's looking at that thing. I'm just gonna color it like this anyway. Why do I do this? Okay, that's enough. That's enough of that. I'll have more crosses later. Any news on the Mafia Circus story? No, I haven't been thinking about it. I feel kind of bad anytime anyone on the video is like, this has so much potential, I would love to see more of this, and then I just never work on it ever again. Cake slice. I feel like it's interesting that you're not interested in circus or mafia stories, but that's what the project is. That's what happens when you're 13 and you have an idea that you no longer are interested in as a 26-year-old. I feel like it was just a crutch, you know. I didn't know how to tell compelling stories, so I would like think about the craziest setting or set of characters you could have, and I'm like, this theme better carry this story, but that's not how it works, because like the story I told was nothing, but the theme was interesting, I guess. You love the designs I made for the Avatar application. The water student lives rent-free in your head. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I feel like I definitely could have juiced that a lot, and I think people really wanted me to, but I didn't want to, so I think there's an alternate universe where I just like really invested in those characters. But the thing about like going viral or like having a popular project is that if you feed it, just be careful what you feed. If you, like, you don't actually want to do that for like the rest of your life, then better stop it early before you build your entire audience based on that. Not that I don't like those characters, but I just don't want my entire identity as an artist or a creator to be wrapped up in, like, first of all, someone else's creation like Avatar. Second of all, like, a job application. It's not really. Is it focusing? Okay. Hello. Do you think narration as a skill can be improved? You find it hard to think of cool stories and mostly base your art on existing characters. You feel strongly about them too. Well, I think anything is a skill that can be practiced and improved. I guess you could start with writing stories about those existing characters. I mean, that's what fanfiction is. And honestly, a lot of fanfiction is better than like published fiction. So you can definitely do that. Dude, I saw this like post where it was talking about current students and how they can't read like third person omniscient or something. I don't remember what exactly it was. Kids can't read third person omniscient. It literally came up on Google. Oh my gosh. Why? Gen Alpha struggles with books written in third person. They only really want to read first person. Literary agent. Okay, here's a tweet. Literary agent told me teens can't read third person omniscient anymore. What? Is it the third or the omniscient that they don't like? The omniscient. Teens today can read it at all. I kind of feel like third person omniscient is very common, like a very common, even in non-written stories like TV shows or movies. Like if you're watching a dating TV show, that's third person omniscient. Or if you're watching a TV show that follows lots of characters and shows it from all their POVs. you could change one thing in Avatar, what would it be? I mean, probably it would look nice with an updated animation style. I wouldn't really change too much about the story or anything. But the art sometimes it's charming because it's old. But if it was more polished, that could be really cool. But I guess we'll see with the movies how they choose to adapt it. I don't really like Korra because I don't like the look of that sort of animation style, so not that type. Like, just make it anime. Or like arcane-like or something, you know. I feel like these cake slices are ginormous. They're like the size of these girls' heads. It's a little bit too large. Make them a little smaller. Is Harry Potter third person omniscient or third person limited? Because I feel like it's not omniscient. I don't think we're going into every character's head. But you know what? I know some teenagers, and they seem okay. But I think the issue is that there's going to be a very large gap between teens or children who grow up like normal, and then teens who grow up completely brain rotted because their parents neglected them. Never look at the r/teacher sub on Reddit. It will destroy all of your confidence in the future. You know, one of the creators of Avatar said they can't stand looking at the art of Avatar because their heads look too big. Well, they are a lot younger than the characters in Korra, right? I don't actually know. I never watched Korra, but I assume they're not like 12. Have I seen the images of the new Avatar series? Like, I've only seen the one image with the, like, girl running. I want to make it interesting. I don't know what, like an interesting take. Well, I don't think anything can ever feel like Avatar because Avatar was Avatar. I need a spooky cake. Cake's like spooky. Ooh, okay. I want to do something maybe like this. Camera's so bad at focusing. Why don't you focus? Avatar 7 Havens. That's what it's called, right? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't seem like Avatar because of many reasons. I mean, it's like, I don't know anything about this. Wait. Let's see. Avatar 7 Havens is set in a world shattered by a devastating cataclysm. What are we, like in Genshin now? A young earthbender discovers she's the new Avatar, after Korra. But in this dangerous era, that title marks her as humanity's destroyer, not its savior. Hunted by both human and spirit enemies, she and her long-lost twin must uncover their mysterious origins and save the 7 Havens before civilization's last strongholds collapse. So I hope it's still like a human story. You know what I mean? Like this sort of conflict is like character versus world or character versus environment, whereas the first Avatar was beloved and good because it was humans versus humans with different conflicting perspectives and goals and whatever. But this one is just like, oh, I'm the chosen one and everyone hates me and I gotta save the world anyway. And while the world is collapsing. We'll see. In some ways, I'm kind of glad I never worked on it. Even though it would have been cool, but I also feel like they knew that I would probably be happier just doing my own thing and just being a fan of Avatar instead of like having my hands in the actual series. That and the fact that I don't live in LA. LOL. But I do have friends who work on it, like storyboarding. I feel like I've never heard anything. This is not a dig on this production specifically, but just in general, I've never heard anyone be like, this was a great production to work on, and there was no drama, and everything was fine, and we made something great. Maybe something like Arcane, but like for American TV productions, I've never ever heard that, including this show. So in some aspects I'm like, okay, I guess miss me with that. I'll keep doing YouTube. Well, I think a lot of reason why it can't top the OG is because, like, it was just nostalgic. A lot of it is nostalgia. I don't know if Avatar came out today if it would have had the same impact. Like, it's a great show and everything, but it was also iconic because of when it came out. Soul Eater, yes. This is Soul Eater. I have to draw like 20 more cake slices. Sometimes I'm like, this isn't necessary. I can just paint one cake slice and then copy paste it. But I have time. And I kind of like doing tedious things, so whatever. If I had to come up with a premise for the new show, what would it be? I would just follow the main cast. I would just want them to be older. Like, I know there's a graphic novel, I don't really know what goes on in it, but I would just be interested in that instead of trying to use the world of Avatar to do something else. Like the movies are supposedly following them as young adults or like adults. So I would be interested in that. Do you know how many fanfictions I've read that's like Zuko Firelord, like AU, or not AU, it's real. Zuko Firelord fanfiction where everyone is a young adult or an adult and they have jobs. It's like your audience watched this when they were the same age as Aang. Now they are adults if you like want to keep their loyalty and interest, just grow the characters. Like, I guess if they're thinking about it in the way of like, how do I make a new avatar for this generation of children? Maybe this is how it is. Because surely the sequel where it would be about just the main cast, I don't think children would care about that. So if that's how they're deciding these things, then I would understand. You don't think it's just nostalgia because you watched it when you were around 16. And you still think it's one of the best series ever. Yeah. Hard to top the best series ever. I mean, they basically need to make a show that is enjoyed by children and adults, but specifically adults first. Everyone's a bad parent except Zuzu. I don't actually know what happened with their parenthood arcs. But is this like a Boruto situation? Where Naruto was cool, but he's lame, and because Boruto thinks he's lame. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna draw a black star and Tsubaki back here. How long does the illustration of this detail usually take you to complete? 30 to 50 hours. I think. Let me check. I wrote down my stats. Oh, I would say 20 to 30 hours. Like, for example, the Apothecary Diaries one, which is the one that I'm trying to emulate. Like, Apothecary Diaries and Nudja is the standard I'm trying to reach for myself. Those two took 20 hours and 27 hours. I want a spooky table. Can't be a normal table. It has to be a spooky table. Oh, wait, I can make them bones. Trying to work on your speed. I think in the scheme of things, speed isn't all that important unless you're, I guess, a comic, like making comics or animation. But I think for illustration, it's like whatever. Just it takes however long it takes. Okay, I have to think of a outfit for Black Star. I feel like he doesn't dress himself well, so I don't know. Cute table, thanks. Maybe Black Star's asleep. Maybe I want to sleep. I never understood the concept behind Black Star. Like, everyone else is pretty clear that he's the kid of death. I guess Maka doesn't really have a theme, but Soul Eater is a guy who is called Soul and eats them. Oh. Kitty's awake. Oh my god. Hello? Okay. Your brother's trying to bite you. Brothers are so funny. You inspired me to draw more scenes where characters interact. Love that. We need more. Yeah, I don't really... You know how some artists are like, why does this piece of art you did look like mine when you're clearly inspired by me? I actually enjoy seeing that. You know what? I purposely made my art tedious, because it's like, if you want to do something similar, be my guest. And good luck. Because chances are, if you are able to do something like this, you probably won't want to draw exactly the same things as I do. Like, go use your skills for other things. Okay, that's a cute black star. I approve. I approve of my own art. Only because I think it's very difficult to make Black Star cute. Okay, Supaki. You're a 3D sculptor. Do you have any characters you want to see sculpted? It's like moments like these where it's like, I wish I had an OC I really liked. But, I mean, if you see something you like and that inspires you, you can do it. That'd be really cool to see what you choose. But there's no character I'm super attached to that I've made. That's not like an existing character. Oh, maybe you should be my cat. Here's how to make my cat. His body is rectangular. His face is very round. He has 2 small round ears and a very small tail. He has bunny back legs. a little nose that's a little bit lower on his face. And then very mischievous eyes. Wow, this is the best picture I've ever drawn. You'll have it done before the stream ends. You can make him into... You can do anything with him. He's kind of like that. I do like how in Soul Eater, all the girls are taller than all the boys. How do you make a story and stick with it? You feel like you're always more interested in character design than world building, and you never stick with a story. Well, maybe it's just not your thing. You don't have to write if you don't want to. You can just make cool characters. I think there's just a lot of different ways you can approach making characters in OCs, and writing is just one. There's lots of people that just draw cool things with no story. Unless you really desperately want to be a writer as well. Oh my god, I don't know how to draw this pose. She's supposed to be like holding a teacup. Let me look. Holding teacup. Okay. What color? He's a tabby. It's like a... I have some images here. This is what he looks like, except this is... I edited him to have pointy ears. He doesn't actually have pointy ears. I just wanted to know what he looked like. But yeah, they're round, usually. I was thinking about my cat's backstory. I don't think round ears are natural in cats, like, that aren't bred to have round ears. So he probably got frostbite, and they had to do surgery to take the tips of his ears off. So I'm like, okay, he has winter trauma. And then his name was Padre at the shelter. So I'm like, maybe he was found either in a church or by a Hispanic family. But I like the church idea. He's becoming my OC, if you... My cat is my OC. Because I don't know his backstory. So now I'm just picturing a cold little cat at a church. Poor baby indeed, but he is happy now. You're gonna start sketching concept art of a Catholic battle-hardened cat with frostbite. Yeah, but he has to be retired now. He's that, but he's retired. Or maybe he's called Padre because he had kittens. Like maybe he was a dad. And there's little guys out there that look like this. It can be all of them, you know. He was a Catholic cat with kittens. And then one day he was out getting milk and he got trapped. Is he old? No, he's 5. Not very old. That's like 30 in human years. Yeah, he's also scared of the rain. Anytime there's rain, he hides, even if it's very light rain. I'm like, okay, he has like rain PTSD. How many kitties? How many kitties is normal? God, how do I retcon this? The seats need to be at the same height, but she is... her upper and lower body have to be so long in order to reach this seat. Whatever. I think she can be bigger in general. What's a Catholic number? 3 to 6. I guess, you know what? I guess all numbers are Catholic. All numbers. let's say 6. He's a father of 6. Should he be standing with a fit on or just cat like? I think I would have a hard time seeing him standing. So, just a cat. He's already too human-like, it would make me uncomfortable. Hello, welcome to the stream. Was he a single father of 6? Well, I don't know. I feel like what happened to your wife? What happened to your wife? Well, I bet if he got captured, then everyone in his family got taken care of. Someone did say that their cat looked like Vine. I was trying to get them to say specifics, but I wasn't able to. I mean, I don't think it's that hard for a cat to look like my cat. He's very generic looking. But if they have a nubby tail and a stupid face, then it's possible. I'm gonna turn the AC on. It's a little hot right now. Okay. I do not understand why it's almost 90 degrees when tomorrow is October. I'm gonna stop doing line art and start coloring. Soul is bothering me. Okay. Does Arizona get cold? I have no idea. But there were a few weeks ago that were like 60s, 70s. I was like, I'm alive, life is worth living. And then it went back to being like 80 and 90 degrees. I was like, what the hell? Give me my fall weather. Very mild winters. Doesn't really snow. It's like the Bay Area, but opposite, in which the Bay Area is one temperature all year, but it's like a cool temperature. Yeah, I wish there was snow. I actually like it. I feel more. I was more productive and going outside more when it was the roads are like frozen over and there was like 3 feet of snow outside than summer. '50s and '60s. That's crazy. Hello. We're talking about the weather. Did you hear about the Steven Universe spinoff? I have not. I haven't watched the original Steven Universe. Tell us your story of how you became an artist. Wow, my entire backstory. I think it started with Pokemon and Tokyo Mew Mew when I was a child, and I would draw like Pokemon OC creatures and OC trainers. And then I wrote a lot of stuff, and in order to picture what I had written, I would draw characters. So that was like in high school. And then my parents were not fully convinced that I should pursue art, but I was. I mean, basically, my high school is very small, and nobody else was really into art the same way I was into art. So I think that boosted my confidence a lot, being the only art kid. So I was like, I gotta do this, I gotta become artist. So then I applied to Carnegie Mellon, which is a like school where people go to study computer science, but they had first I did pre-college, which is a thing you can do when you're in high school to go to the college during the summer and take some classes. So I did that. I did their art program. But I studied art at Carnegie Mellon. But it was like studio art, which is like what you see in museums and stuff. It's obviously not what I'm doing right now. So during college, I joined a club called Artist Alley Club. I think that's where a lot of it started, honestly. Because there was like a community of artists at my college that did artist alleys, did events with each other, supported each other. What did I study afterwards? After college? Nothing. Well, during college I was also taking a lot of classes that were not part of school. Just like the artists I liked online. For example, I took Steve On's character drawing class, and that honestly informed a lot of how I teach character drawing nowadays. I guess along with Artist Alley Club, also listening to a lot of the OG art YouTubers when I was in high school. Like Cynics, Sakura, Ahmed Aldori. Drawbox, I never did Drawbox. Have you ever had a toxic customer? Not really. They've all been pretty fine. feel like all these characters are gonna end up with the same color scheme, which is like black, yellow, and white. But that's literally their color, so I don't know what to say. I guess Soul has some red in him. I guess. Ooh. He can have yellow sleeves. Well, I think the main thing that kickstarted my career just kept posting and making stuff. You will notice that that's basically how it happens 99% of the time. Someone just makes stuff and they keep sharing it. Bro looks like a clown. Hold on. Maybe black t-shirt, yellow sleeves. How can you be so patient? It's my only strength. You understand? Most people don't have patience, but I do. And in this economy, anything that you discover is your strength, you have to invest in it. How? Like how to be patient? How to discover what your strengths are? You just gotta do a lot of things and figure out how it feels. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say to that. I think most people's downfall, including my own, is that they think too much about it instead of doing it. Like maybe that's why I made my video called for overthinkers, for people with analysis paralysis, because like people do be thinking too much when the solution is to just do it. Have you watched K-pop Demon Hunters? Yes. I even performed in a cover of Your Idol. Which Hogwarts house would my cat be in? Maybe Gryffindor. He's kind of like generic. He's a generic good boy. That's all I say. He's not a Slytherin cat. I know what a Slytherin cat is like, and he's not a Slytherin cat. He's not a Hufflepuff because he's got too many brain cells to be a Hufflepuff. I hope I'm not being like offensive. But at the same time, he's not thoughtful enough to be a Ravenclaw. So when was the time you felt like you were pretty good at drawing and that you can earn money from it? Probably when I made the class with Class 101 in my last year of college. Because I actually made money from that. And through teaching what I had learned, it proved that I had learned things. Decision paralysis is your biggest weakness. Me too. I think something that cures it is if you listen to other people talk through their analysis paralysis and you're like, God, this is exhausting. Just fucking do it. And then you're like, oh, but I'm also like that, so I should just do it and shut up. Like, in the end, all of your thoughts don't really matter because they're not backed by experience or anything. You're just thinking about it. Like, what could happen? What is your process for making your Sona? I don't really have a Sona. I just draw myself in a very uncreative way, in a way that's basically it's just me. You're 100% right. It's something that affects your day-to-day, or not just art. You've gotten a lot better at it. Good. I feel like it's just something you have to keep reminding yourself over and over again. Because it is like not a, oh, I realize I do this. Now I can fix it forever. It's not really like that. Thoughts on Jet X Zuko? If I'm to ship, I only ship Zuko with Sokka. Jet doesn't deserve love. Maybe that's harsh. He... I don't know. But no, I do not ship it. So yellow. Sokka and Zuko are dumbass ex hothead, which is a dynamic you love. I think they're just so well balanced. Like with Sokka and Zuko, I don't really think about, oh, this guy's gotta top that guy and blah blah blah. Like, no. Simply, they're just two guys who love each other. I mean, if you read the literature, it's the ship that makes the most sense. The literature being the actual show. Have you ever used alcohol markers? Maybe. Not really. I don't have any, I don't think. But I probably have in my lifetime. I do get collab offers being like, we'll send you these markers if you make a video with them. I'm like, I don't know. I kind of want more than just free markers for making an entire video for you. Sokka and Suki is also good. That's true. But when I think about who could give Zuko the best relationship, there's only one answer. I don't know if it was Ohuhu markers. Perhaps. Ship name is Zuka. I like that. I'm fine with that. Like, it can't really be anything else. Like, Suko. Sako. Okay, person who is making the 3D model. I know you said you're gonna finish it while the stream was still on, but technically it's ending in 1 minute. I just looked at the clock. I mean, we could go for longer, but it's already been 5 hours. I like Sokka and Zuko better, a lot better than Zuko and Katara. Me too. I don't really get Zuko and Katara. I guess I could understand it. What is it like? The enemies to lovers? You're gonna DM it to me later. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I will unstream then. We made very decent progress today. And we'll be back on Thursday. Have a great day, everyone. See you later.